Esta semana en Tenemos que Hablar.
Ma, vine para cenar contigo. ¿Puedo enchufar mi Chevy vía la corriente mientras cenamos?
¿Me vas a arruinar la instalación eléctrica? ¿Cómo crees? Una casa no puede cargar un coche.
Tenemos que hablar. Ma, los vehículos eléctricos se pueden cargar en un enchufe común. En mi casa, Chevy me puso instalación estándar nivel 2 y cubrió los costos.
Ah, pues mejor invítame a tu casa. Así cargas más rápido tu carro y yo no gasto en comida.
Ya sé de dónde salí tan vivillo, ¿eh?
happiness floats longer in the air to fight even your toughest odors. So long, sticky smells and hello, amazing freshness. Discover the new Febreze scents today.
Luis, tíralo a programa.
Bueno, ahí está fuera de foco.
Si lo pongo así. Este está así, mira. Luis, ¿está bien?
Alejandro,
Señor.
golpea el micrófono en la mesa. Micrófono prendido. ¿Qué es eso que hace mucho ruido? Déjalo así ahora. Después lo vemos.
Dear Mr. Secretary General,
Buenas tardes a los...
Good afternoon. English, you hear? Okay, thank you.
Excelente, gracias. Segunda consola de inglés.
This is the second English booth. Rosie, 1212. Bye.
Español. Perfecto, excelente. Dale, gracias. Perfecto, gracias. Portugués. Hola, muito bem, Natalia. Excelente, gracias. Segunda consola português. Mirna, tudo bem? Perfeito, obrigado. Yes, perfeito. E francês. Catherine, perfecto. Hola, Amelie, gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats.
Si son tan amables.
So, if you would be so kind, let's take our seats and observe them. Be silent. It's an honor for me to moderate this dialogue with our strategic partners, permanent observers, and to greet all of the distinguished ministers and vice ministers, permanent representatives, and observers who are here both in person and remotely, members of the OAS. We recognize the important role that since 1972, the permanent observers have played at this organization. As observer countries, your contribution and your perspectives are invaluable to enrich our debates and the activities carried out at this organization. Your presence strengthens our diversity and extends the reach of our joint efforts to tackle common challenges. The permanent observers' engagement with us through dialogue and bilateral, multilateral engagement, solidarity, all have been vital to strengthen our democratic systems, to protect human rights, to solve conflicts, and for us to forge ahead with multidimensional security and development goals, both of which are very dear purposes of this organization. We appreciate the commitment of our strategic partners by supporting different programs and projects of this organization in all four of its working pillars. As far as strengthening democracy, permanent observers have been strategic partners in deploying the electoral observation missions, missions against corruption, missions to support the peace process in Colombia, and the different activities carried out by this organization to promote peace and coordination with governments. The support that the permanent observers give the Inter-American Commission of Women and the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights in their work for defense, to defend, promote, and protect human rights in the hemisphere. The OAS also works hand in hand with observers on the security agenda of the member states and on key initiatives to fight against organized, transnational organized crime, to prevent the use and consumption of drugs, the fight against terrorism, and threats against public security. The regional efforts to ensure integral development includes the economic, social, educational, cultural, scientific, and technological realms. The engagement by permanent observers on this agenda is essential for us to ensure the integral development of the peoples of the Americas as an essential condition for democracy, peace, and security to thrive. The OAS hopes to strengthen the work with our partners on the international scene in the fight against climate change, the regional migratory crisis, the protection of the vulnerable people, youth, women, persons with disabilities, Afro-descendants, and children, education, the fight against poverty, and the fight against corruption. These are the common challenges that we must take on to strengthen a culture of responsibility, democracy with equality, and the protection of human rights in our hemisphere. That is the focus of this 53rd regular session of this General Assembly. Before kicking off our exchange, I would like to make sure that all of the participants who would like to speak have the opportunity to do so, which is why I would prevail upon everyone to limit your remarks to no more than 4 minutes. Once again, I thank you for your participation. I'm certain that this exchange is going to be quite productive and enriching, given the objectives we've set out for ourselves. I give the floor to the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro. There's a lot of value in bringing together everyone in this room to focus on a common vision, an open vision of the world through dialogue and cooperation. The collective activity is very beneficial to peace and the well-being of our peoples and in defense of democracy and human rights. We thank all of the observer nations who are here. We appreciate your contribution to the Inter-American agenda and the OAS. The OAS is the right vehicle to catalyze the different areas of human rights, equity, gender equality, multidimensional security, and comprehensive development. This assembly focuses on strengthening a culture of democratic responsibility and to protect human rights and equal access to human rights. These values that we share with many of the permanent observers with whom we seek to continue working very closely to defend common values. We recall the former Secretary General, Diana Suarez, who also fought for the defense of democracy, who was at the helm when a number of instruments, such as the Democratic Charter, were drafted. The electoral missions for human rights, and also the Commission of Women, the integral development, the ministerial meetings on topics of integral development, and the work to strengthen multidimensional security, all of which make the OAS a pillar of peace, and explains why the OAS is the main political forum for the Americas. Despite the progress made, our countries still have much to do to ensure equal access and to overcome violence, inequity, poverty. Socioeconomic difficulties have been a breeding ground for threats to democracy. ECLAC has said that we face a difficult economic recovery period given the huge gap between haves and have-nots. This is a key topic at the OAS's agenda. Now, we have seen greater inflation, uncertainty resulting from the war in the Ukraine, as well as the climate change crisis, leading to instability in Latin America, and we are at the risk of nations of the Caribbean simply disappearing. The climate change and the migratory crisis and of refugees that are unprecedented make it clear that we have to work together. The participation of observers to tackle these challenges is crucial. We have solid projects and the legal framework, the interdependence of democracy, and to develop security. To assist Latin America and the Caribbean, we hope to continue to enjoy your cooperation and support. Thank you, Secretary General. We already have a list of speakers. Some states have arrived early, others have yet to arrive, so we're going to try to stick to the list that we've already created of speakers. We don't want anyone to feel uneasy if we're just trying to stick to the allotted time. If anyone speaks ahead of where they are, someone else is on the list, let's be patient. Now, this is a meeting of the foreign ministers, and we're going to start with Arnoldo Andre Tinoco, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. Welcome. Thank you, Chairman, heads of delegations, representatives of member states, and permanent observers, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Today's dialogue calls upon us to reflect on our relationship as strategic partners. Thus far, the organization has granted the permanent observer status to 72 countries, which, along with the European Union, are a part of our closest circle of partners and allies. Esteemed friends, representatives of permanent observer nations, you are key partners to help us reach the objectives of this organization and of its states party, offering support to our programs and helping to bring our region into the international community. Through your participation at the OAS, observers drive our efforts to strengthen democracy, promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms, to ensure we have a multidimensional approach to security and to foster comprehensive development throughout the Americas. Our realities come together in an interdependent world, and that's why our relationship should continue to be built from a two-prong approach in which everyone benefits from that relationship. What benefits one benefits all. I believe that we can strengthen the strategic partnerships we already have and to cobble together new agreements of cooperation in multiple sectors at numerous levels, north, south, 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 in a triangular way, decentralized way, regionally, interregionally, and multilaterally. This is how we're going to strengthen our ties of cooperation, and this commits us to allocate efforts and resources to reach these common goals and to tackle common challenges. As strategic partners, you represent a solid column that strengthens the OAS programs. We thank you for the assistance you give us, for your technical and financial support that reflect your interest and intent to continue following through with the sustainable development goals by the states that make up this organization. Let's remember that Latin America and the Caribbean is a middle-income region with 85% of countries of the region falling into that category, 28 of the 33, which is increasingly keeping us from receiving international cooperation. In that context, I would reiterate the importance that Costa Rica places on the concept of transitional development. We urge countries of the region and of the international community to debate and to act on the process of graduating countries from cooperation programs, reflecting how unfair one-sided indicators are to determine who takes part in cooperation schemes and strategic partnerships that we want to establish given a very complex world. Ladies and gentlemen, the Organization of American States offers the permanent observers a multilateral space with untold possibilities, even bilateral opportunities to create ties and build bridges for further partnerships and for commercial relationships, to bring together different sectors, the private sector, the academic sector, as well as others. Together, we can and do work on topics of global reach, climate change, sources of renewable energy, food security, human mobility, the fight against transnational organized crime, illegal trafficking in firearms, cyber crime, the money laundering or asset laundering, drug trafficking are just some of the challenges that do not respect borders and that affect all of us. And so our mission should be understood as a strategy that is a win-win relationship in which everyone stands to gain. It's not about who gives and who receives, because in conclusion, we all end up coming out ahead. So we thank you very much for the valuable cooperation you have offered us, it's very important that we continue to work together politically so that we can achieve a better future for everyone. I would conclude with a quote that perfectly reflects the benefit of partnerships such as ours. Mother Teresa of Calcutta said, I do what you cannot, and you do what I cannot do. Together, we can do great things. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Janaína Diwani, Minister of Foreign Relations of Panama, is next. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Panama would like to offer its thanks to the permanent observers for your ongoing partnership and cooperation with the Americas and the contribution made to programs and projects that address common challenges of member states. Your presence at this organization is to our country a key indicator of the value placed on interregional dialogue and international cooperation and solidarity, which enable us to tackle cross-cutting matters. This regular session of the General Assembly brings us together under two main themes, democracy and human rights. For Panama, it's been proven that both topics can only be viewed from the standpoint of or in multilateral venues such as this. Multilateralism plays a very important role for us to address matters such as migration along with human rights and under the principle of shared responsibility, burden sharing, so that we can, in a regular, orderly way, ensure that migration is regular and orderly. This for both countries of origin and destination. Panama is fully aware that all human rights are affected by climate change. We have taken steps to mitigate the effects of climate change. We have achieved the carbon negative certification. We have increased the protection of our oceans and of our forests. We have moved toward greater energy transition. That is why we invite the international community for us to all offer greater cooperation and financing for climate change to achieve the goal of within the Sustainable Development Goals, the item of climate change can be reached. Now, speaking about democracy, we should drive topics that allow for greater participation of women in decision-making bodies. We've also moved forward in our country. We have created the Ministry of Women, and we are fully aware that we still have a lot of work to do. That's why we underscore the support offered by the permanent observers and the challenges of the Inter-American Commission of Women, as well as the efforts that member states have put forward on this subject matter. Mr. Chairman, if you just look at the map, you can see that the geographic position of Panama means that it is a meeting point for dialogue and of solidarity. We have put the Regional Logistic Center for Humanitarian Assistance at the service of the whole region to offer quick assistance to any country that falls victim or prey to complex problems. President Laurentino Cohen is turning our country into a pharmaceutical hub to enhance quality and the availability of medicine and to better train people in that field. Panama celebrates strengthening the participation of permanent observers in this region. This makes it possible for us to shed light on efforts that the member states have carried out to promote and to consolidate our culture of democracy and our respect for human rights, so that we continue to move forward in all of these areas with a host of activities that lead to improvements in our citizens' lives. You have a trustworthy partner in Panama. Thank you very much. I thank ambassadors or the foreign minister of Costa Rica and Panama for having made remarks at the opening of this dialogue. Now we'll move to the first round of comments by the permanent observers, and I remind you that we would like you to limit your comments to 4 minutes. Let's start with the first 4 permanent observers: Spain, Italy, France, and the Holy See. And then we will give the floor to the permanent observers of the UK and Germany. I welcome His Excellency Juan Fernandez, Secretary of State for Latin America and the Caribbean. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Secretary General of the OAS, Chairman of the Preparatory Committee, ambassadors, ministers. Good afternoon. I will start by saying that I feel quite honored to be able to be the first to speak at this first round in this dialogue of observer states. And I will start by expressing thanks for the opportunity that this 53rd General Assembly of the Organization of American States has given us to reflect on the times we find ourselves in. This is the context that the continent finds itself in, and what possibilities it has to move forward, and the threats to its development that come from a very complex international environment in an organization such as this, which is vital to debate in an environment which we all find ourselves, all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the closeness that Spain feels toward this region is rooted in common values and principles such as peace, democracy, and human rights. We are united by a strong feeling of community with the Latin American and Caribbean region. We have strong ties which are renewed daily. As Europeans, we share in our faith and the value of integration that in Europe has the European Union as its best example. Now, this year, Spain has the opportunity to take on a very unique responsibility. Starting July 1st, our revolving chairmanship of the European Council and of Latin America begins, and the Caribbean is one of our first priorities. The summit between the EU and the community of Latin American Caribbean states, the preparations for which we are currently working on both sides of the Atlantic, that will take place in Brussels on July 17th, 18th, is an opportunity that we have, that we need to avail ourselves of fully. It's an opportunity for us to bring together two complementary regions, and especially to relaunch a working agenda to seek out joint development opportunities to the benefit of our citizens. In a world that's increasingly polarized, we cannot allow ourselves to miss out on this opportunity to consolidate this common partnership. Ever since we've been permanent observers here at the OAS, we have wanted to be a trustworthy and stable partner of the region, and I think our contribution, financial contribution to this organization bears witness to that. In electoral missions, the support for the peace mission in Colombia, the Inter-American Commission on Women or Human Rights, or the Regional Framework for the Protection and Solution for Migration in Central America and Mexico, all bear witness to that commitment. In the current juncture, emerging from a painful pandemic whose economic and social results we are still coping with, and in the context of the aggression of one state against another, members of the UN, as we all are, it's ever more necessary for us to get along, to defend together shared values of democracy, multilateralism, and an international order that's rule-based. The rule of law, social justice, the protection of the environment, and equality. In this defense, allow me to make reference to one of the biggest achievements of this organization, which is the Inter-American System of Human Rights, the Commission, and the Court of San Jose, and the work that has been entrusted to it in conditions which are seldom easy. These are institutions, believe me, that Spain is particularly proud of. that is what is behind our support. A new law of cooperation for sustainable development and global solidarity has just been passed in our parliament, enabling us to devote 0.07% of our GDP to development in 2030. Through 2030, we will continue to work more intensely with the international financial institutions on initiatives that will make it possible for middle-income countries to access international support under better conditions, only with states of well-being that are better and with more sound fiscal situations will we be able to provide essential services such as education and health to our citizens. Democracy isn't just about free elections. Democracy also requires pensions for retirement, social protection for the most vulnerable. Mr. Chairman and Secretary General, ministers, ambassadors, I would be remiss if I were to conclude without underscoring the shared cultural heritage that we have through our common language, which is another element of influence in culture and science. And this is a bridge between the Caribbean and Latin America, Spain, and Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary. I would invite Italy, Permanent Observer of Italy, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Foreign Ministers, Heads of Delegation. It's an honor for me to take part in this dialogue, which gives us the opportunity to reassert the important ties that Italy has with the Americas and our commitment to continue to strengthen our relationship with the OAS and with its member states. Italy, as a founding state of the EU, supports the relationship between the Western Hemisphere and Europe. We have been pioneers in strengthening ties of collaboration and friendship between the EU and North and all of Latin America and the Caribbean. We are committed, along with other European partners, to renew this cooperation through the CELAC summit, the ECLAC EU summit to be held in Brussels. We also offer our contribution to follow through with very important matters. The 11th conference of between Latin America, the Caribbean, and Italy to be held in Rome, focused on shared, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient growth. We hope to be able to welcome all of you, ministers, all of the ministers who are present in Rome. The second UN summit on the food system to be held in Italy that will be focused on the relationship between food security and climate change. On that occasion, a high-level dialogue will be held on the sustainable development of oceans and of health, also within the conference of the small insular developing states and whom we support actively. Within this context, I would also like to underscore the 2030 World Fair focus on persons, territory, innovation, inclusion, renewal, and this is focused on achieving the sustainable development goals of the UN, which whose deadline is 2030. Mr. Chairman, the Russian aggression against Ukraine is a flagrant violation of the fundamental principles of the UN Charter and of the OAS. It threatens global stability and the international order. That's why Italy supports staunchly Ukraine in its defense to achieve lasting peace. We are aware that the consequences of this war go beyond the European continent, and we want to stand by you to ensure the well-being and prosperity of the region, at the same time to assert the value of freedom and democracy and to protect human rights. We continue, therefore, to be concerned about the serious situation in Nicaragua and the repression unleashed against civil society, the Catholic Church, and defenders of human rights. The same concern applies to the crisis in Venezuela, for which we support international efforts for there to be greater dialogue and the holding in 2024 of free elections. Mr. Chairman, for Italy, we are a partner in this continent, one of reference, and we support this organization in key areas such as electoral observation, the fight against corruption, strengthening of institutions, police cooperation, the fight against organized crime, upholding law, human rights, empowering, protecting women. I would also like to stress my country's commitment to strengthen peace and stability in the region. We support the total peace objective of the Colombian government. We have spoken of efforts to support the peace process in Colombia. We support also the conflict, mediation of the conflict between Belize and Guatemala. We support the work of this organization at the UN to address the crisis in Haiti as well. Mr. Chairman and ministers, for Italy, the Organization of American States is the place that enables us to enrich and to strengthen our friendship with the countries of the region. We offer our support and commitment to move toward the objectives of the OAS Charter so that the Americas can become a more prosperous, fairer, and more sustainable place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Turqueta of Italy. We will now hear His Excellency Philippe Le Triard of France, Assistant Director for Latin America and the Caribbean. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary General, dear colleagues, this 53rd Regular General Assembly speaks to the democratic accountability to which everyone is indeed entitled. This is something that is undergirded by values we all share, France, Europe, the Americas, but it is also something which we still hope to obtain. Now, democratic accountability is the effective implementation of such rights, but it looks to peace and development, and in that regard the action of the OAS and the various bodies that it encloses is of particularly importance to electoral observation, which France has indeed supported for numbers of years in connection with this organization. Both the Commission and the Court in this Inter-American region, of course focusing on human rights, are equally institutions we considered key to apply and support human rights in the region. Now, we believe that the link between rights and democracy is what needs to guide our international action, and this is what we hope France is able to offer in conflicts. We speak, for instance, to Venezuela and urge it to return to dialogue and to elections by 2024. But there are other areas that we are concerned about besides the peace agreement in Colombia and other areas. We speak here to the importance of holding free and fair elections in Central America. It goes, of course, through the rights and to democracy, to the respect for individual rights, and that, of course, speaks also to the Ukraine. In the face of Russian aggression, our states have felt there was no other choice but to defend the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the Ukraine. France will continue to do so as long as is necessary. This, together with the UN and others who have joined in that support. Broadly speaking, I wish to speak in connection with the states of this region about the respect for human rights and particularly equality between men and women. France supports approximately some 1,000 organizations of civil society through its Fund for the Support of Feminist Organizations. This goes to fighting manipulation of information because we understand that the accountability that has to be ascribed to democracy and the right to demand that it be practiced, in fact, means that we need to look out for overregulation of digital intelligence. And we will be speaking about this at the European Union and CELAC summit. But let us be assured that the law must also be an instrument for inclusive human and sustainable rights and development. There we speak of biodiversity, of the ocean, of climate, and the forests. We must, in parallel fashion thereto, imagine a new international financial architecture, and that is precisely why this very week in Paris we are holding a new summit for a new financial compact. We're talking about identifying new ways and means that will allow us to reduce poverty whilst preserving nature and climate. Distinguished Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, all of these issues are interlinked and are essential to the citizens of our countries. I can only hope that jointly and severally we will be able to move forward and deepen our understanding, and you may be sure France will stand resolutely at your side. Thank you so much, Director Le Triard. I now am pleased to give the floor to Reverend Miroslav Olchowski, the Undersecretary for Relations with States of the Secretary of State of the Holy See. You have the floor, Monsignor.
Welcomes the convening of this General Assembly and is glad to participate in its capacity as permanent observer. This year's theme is significant for my delegation as it calls to recognize the great vocation of governments to establish the rule of law in order to serve citizens. Pope Francis has affirmed that political office, if exercised with basic respect for the life, freedom, and dignity of persons, can indeed become an outstanding form of charity. Authentic political action based upon law and upon dialogue rooted in mutual commitment to the common good is invigorated by the relational, intellectual, cultural, and spiritual energies released by the political involvement on every woman and every man. To serve society, political exercise must ensure in an efficient and stable way that everyone is accompanied at every stage of life, not only by providing for their basic needs, but by enabling them to give the best of themselves. The mission of governance also entails the recognition of the inherent dignity of every person, as well as through the search for the common good, the respect and promotion of the fundamental human rights, including the freedom of religion and belief and the freedom of expression, the inclusion of ethnic minorities, and the responsible care for our common home. This is why, more than ever, our societies need promoters of the common good, artisans of peace, forgers of fraternity. At the beginning of this year, while addressing the members of the diplomatic corps, Pope Francis said that it is a source of concern that in many parts of the world there is a weakening of democracy and of the breadth of freedom that it enables, albeit with all the limitations and of any human system. Looking particularly at the American continent, he highlighted the numerous political crises in various countries, situations which signals weakening democracy and which only exacerbate the urgent problems of citizens. The crisis in Nicaragua is of particular concern. It affects both persons and institutions, including Catholics and the Catholic Church. One prominent example is the unjust imprisonment of the Bishop Rolando Alvarez. The Holy See is convinced of the necessity to overcome partisan logic and to work constantly together for the common good. This includes the concrete pursuit of peace, which is founded on truth, justice, freedom, and love, and achieved through the passionate exercise of dialogue. The Holy See is closely following the different scenarios in the Americas and is fully aware of the tragic and major humanitarian challenges causing many to leave their homes in search of a future. Allow me to mention the dramatic situation in Haiti, whose current political and social crisis is crushing the hopes of its people. the Holy See appreciates the efforts being made by the OAS to meet the pressing need through the Working Group on Haiti, in which it participates in the Humanitarian Assistance Cluster. The Holy See wishes to assure you of its support for your determination to promote the necessary help through the local Catholic assistance bodies. Mr. Chair, the Holy See values the OAS as a regional institution facilitating dialogue and collaboration among member states in order to meet the need of the inhabitants of this continent and to provide and to promote the universally recognized fundamental human rights, and renews its commitments to continue establishing bridges of dialogue and understanding for the benefit of the weakest and those living in marginalized situations, and to give a voice to those that do not have any or are silenced, so that all may feel themselves members of the one human family, of which we are all part. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Monsignor Wachowski. Our next speaker is the United Kingdom, Honorable David Rockley, Parliamentarian and Minister for the Americas and the Caribbean. You have the floor, sir.
Secretary General, ambassadors, colleagues, friends, it's an honor to be here. The United Kingdom hugely values our relationships with this organization and with individual countries right across the Americas. It's been a privilege to welcome so many leaders and ministers to our country recently, especially for the King's coronation last month. Many of our countries share deep historic links, and today we are forging new and ambitious partnerships for the future. As our Foreign Secretary said last month during his visit to the Caribbean and Latin America, we will always be united by our shared values, democracy and freedom, and of course, by our concern for the planet's future. The prospects for our future partnerships are bright indeed, and I've seen this firsthand during my visits to 18 countries in the region since taking up my role. Our work together to tackle climate change has been a focus of these visits. I know the UK and many others regard the Amazon region as critically important for global climate security. At COP26, the United Kingdom committed up to £300 million of international climate finance over 5 years to support the protection, restoration, and sustainable management of forests there. And in Central America, I saw how UK funding and expertise is being used to help establish the world's largest protected marine corridor, stretching from Ecuador all the way to Costa Rica. Meanwhile, our new Memorandum of Understanding with CARICOM, signed just last month, will accelerate our work with Caribbean partners to address climate impacts and improve access to finance, among many other things. Beyond this, the United Kingdom supports the ambitions of the Bridgetown Initiative, and we're working to build a better and fairer international financial institution system to help us respond to today's challenges. This is not the only way in which the United Kingdom's partnerships across the Americas are helping to defend and promote our values. OAS members unbending support for the principles of the UN Charter in the face of Russia's unlawful, unjustified, and unprovoked aggression against Ukraine remains absolutely vital. And we're united in our desire for people around the Americas to live free of organized crime and drug trafficking. And I saw firsthand on a recent trip to Ecuador the benefits of our close collaboration to fight these malign threats. The UK also shares this organization's commitment to advance human rights and equality, where these rights are under acute threat, especially in Haiti, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. So many suffer in those countries and beyond. On trade, our Prime Minister announced in March that the UK had joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Partnership Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. In 2020, the combined value of the UK's trade with the 11 CPTPP members was £11 trillion. These are hugely important partnerships, and the UK looks forward to continuing to build relationships under this agreement with the Americas. And I'm delighted to announce today that the United Kingdom will be contributing nearly £200,000 to fund the OAS's programme, contributing to prevent sexual violence amongst migrant women and girls in the Americas and the Caribbean, another important priority. Let me conclude by reiterating what an honour it is to be here and to see so many friends again. I look forward to the UK's future work with the OAS and its members, tackling shared challenges and embracing the many opportunities we have to build a greener, fairer and safer future together. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Minister Buckley. I'm pleased to offer the floor now to Germany, Her Excellency Annette Balken, the Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Germany. Nicola Walter, you have the floor, Madam. Thank you very much, Chair, Distinguished Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen.
And a privilege for Germany to attend the General Assembly of the OAS as a permanent observer and partner since 1972. We consider the OAS one of the most relevant regional organizations worldwide, and we acknowledge and appreciate its strong commitment and successful record of strengthening democracy, human rights, and gender equality, as well as integral development, peace, justice, and security in the Americas. The efforts of the OAS align with key priorities of German foreign policy: the strengthening of multilateralism and a renewed focus on the region of the Americas. Following these priorities, we have increased our own engagement in the region in recent years and support the European Union in its strategic partnership with the Americas. Based on these values and interests we share with the OAS, we seek to strengthen our cooperation in the fields of civil society, business, science, climate policy, gender, and the rule of law through various concrete projects in collaboration with our partners in the EU. We could not do this if we were not engaged in multilateral and rules-based organizations, and if we did not stand up for a rules-based order for the benefit of all. However, the international peace order has been dealt a severe blow by the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and even though the Atlantic Ocean separates our continents, the Russian war against Ukraine is affecting the Americas in multiple ways. It is not only a European affair. Thus, this attack on our common values calls for sustained unity to counter it, so that our countries can live in peace and security. We must stand together to protect an order based on international law that ensures stable and free trade routes and that allows states to decide their partnerships and future development autonomously. In this way, we can strengthen international institutions that will enable us to solve global issues peacefully. Together with the OAS member states, we want to bring this order into the 21st century and adapt it so that all our voices are heard and respected. Thus, we support the OAS in its invaluable work, such as through our recent support for the work of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and projects regarding the access to justice systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, for which we provided €4.3 million. Also, in the effort to strengthen democracy and peacefully resolve conflicts, we are currently supporting the OAS mission to support the peace process in Colombia, with the latest contribution amounting to 5 million euro. Addressing the crisis in Venezuela, we believe that a solution can only be reached through Venezuelan-led negotiations. We therefore support the process between the opposition and the regime in Mexico City and call for free and fair presidential elections to be held next year. When we speak about human rights, we also mean women's rights. Unidas, the women's network formed between Latin America, the Caribbean, and Germany under the auspices of the German Federal Foreign Office, is highly committed to a more equitable, coherent, and secure society in line with UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. The OAS also is further increasing its engagement on behalf of women's rights, as the Declaration on the Inter-American Decade for the Rights of Women, Adolescent Girls, and Girls in Rural Settings in the Americas underlines once more. Germany understands the importance of climate protection in the Latin American and Caribbean region, which is necessary to reduce natural disasters, security risks, and extensive migratory impact. This is why we are happy to find access to climate financing adequately represented in the respective draft resolution. We support a variety of OAS programs that concentrate on renewable energy and efficiency, biodiversity, climate and circular economy, as well as forest protection. I would also like to use this opportunity to announce that the German Foreign Ministry has appointed a special representative for climate in the Caribbean, Ambassador Christoph Eick. He will take up this new task in July and serve as our point person for climate partnerships in the Caribbean, based in Trinidad and Tobago. As a permanent observer and partner, Germany looks forward to a continued and fruitful cooperation with the OAS. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Director Walter. I'm pleased to give the floor at this time to His Excellency Xi Feng, Permanent Observer of China to the Organization of American States, at this dialogue with permanent observers. You have the floor, sir.
Secretary General Almagro, the Honorable Chair Abdallah, dear representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to attend the General Assembly. I wish it a full success. The theme this year centers on human rights and democracy. They are both pillars of the OAS and common values of humanity. We in China often say that dialects change every 10 miles and folk customs differ every 100 miles. You have Latin dance while we have Chinese folk dance. Likewise, there is just no one-size-fits-all development model. China is committed to a human rights development path that meets the trend of the times and suits our national conditions. As we advance Chinese modernization, we have been strengthening human rights protection to promote free and well-rounded development of the people. Today, the 56 ethnic groups in China are living in harmony, and our people leading a happy life. We have built the world's largest education, social security, and healthcare systems. Over the past 4 decades of reform and opening up, China's per capita income has grown over 25 times, with 850 million lifted out of poverty. We have ended absolute poverty once and for all, contributing over 70% to global poverty reduction. China has been constantly developing whole process people's democracy. It is in both process and outcome, procedure and substance, a combination of direct and indirect democracy. It is people's democracy in nature and also represents the will of the state. It is therefore extensive, genuine democracy that truly works. We believe that democracy is not a slogan. It should be used to resolve real problems. Only the wearer knows if the shoes fit or not. According to a decade-long Harvard poll and surveys by Edelman, the Chinese people's satisfaction with its government has stayed above 90% for years in a row. China advocates safeguarding human rights through security, promoting them through development, and advancing them through cooperation. We believe that true democracy and human rights are about respecting each other's choice of democracy models and human rights practices. We never export our model. Instead, we welcome exchange and mutual learning and stand ready to work with all to advance the global cause of human rights protection and build a community with a shared future for mankind. Friends, China attaches great importance to relations with LAC countries. Over the past decade, President Xi Jinping visited the region 5 times. Under the guidance of head of state diplomacy, the China-LAC relationship has entered a new era featuring equality, mutual benefits, innovation, openness, and benefits for the people. Our cooperation has delivered tangible benefits to regional people. In 2022, trade between the two sides exceeded $480 billion, up by 7.7%. 22 regional countries have joined the Belt and Road Initiative. China is ready to work with LAC countries to seek greater synergy between the Belt and Road Initiative and their national development strategies, and jointly forge a China-LAC community with a shared future. China values friendship and cooperation with the OAS. Since becoming a permanent observer in 2004, we have supported nearly 100 projects and about 200 students from member states and secretariat officials through the China OAS Cooperation Fund and scholarship programs. China will continue to support the OAS in safeguarding regional peace, stability, and development. We are ready to take our relationship with the OAS still further. Any concrete ideas for cooperation are warmly welcome. Friends, as China is advancing the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation through a Chinese path to modernization, we will only open up our doors wider and bring greater opportunities for the OAS and its member states. You are most welcome to visit China. Let's pursue win-win cooperation and build a better future together. Thank you.
I thank you, Ambassador Feng. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Suriname, His Excellency Albert Ramdien.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Washington Abdallah, Chairman of the Permanent Council. Thank you very much for the consideration, as I came somewhat late due to traffic and a late meeting. Secretary General Almagro, Assistant Secretary General Mendes, our colleague ministers and head of delegations, permanent representatives, permanent observers, and the staff of the OAS. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to see that this regular meeting in the margins of the OAS General Assembly with permanent observers continues. The permanent observers, in my view, at the Organization of American States have been, and in my view will remain, an important part of this organization. Let me at the outset thank the permanent observers for their contribution, financially and otherwise, to the work of the OAS. Many may not fully understand, comprehend the position of permanent observers at the OAS. In my view, they are not only donor countries, which in itself, as I indicated, is much appreciated in terms of project financing, but in my view, and as they indicated a short while ago, they play a wider role. Many permanent observers, ladies and gentlemen, have historic and close relations with the OAS member states. Some of our countries, like Suriname, is a neighbor of French Guyana, which is part of France. So our relations with France is a strong one. In fact, France has the longest border with my own country, Suriname, although not in Europe. Others are neighbors to the Caribbean, parts of the European states, such as the United Kingdom, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and again, France. These historic and cultural ties permeate the relationships in the Western Hemisphere. And let me indicate the value of member states and relationship to the organization and to the membership of this organization. We deal in today's world with a global agenda which deals with challenges but also with opportunities. And the challenges are known. Climate change has been mentioned, the debt crisis, economic recession, the impact of the Ukraine war in the world, migration issues, security. So these challenges do not face only one country in isolation. It impacts the life of all in the world. So here we see that there is a connection between those who are part of this hemisphere and those who are part of a different part of this globe. The permanent observers can provide, on the basis of the shared values which we have in terms of democracy, human rights, rule of law, good governance, they can help provide in their own interest as well, because it is a mutually beneficial interest at stake here, can contribute to stability, political stability, security, strong defense of human rights. And I believe that we need to foster, cherish, but also see the benefit of such a mutual relationship, a mutual interest. It is in the interest of the people of the Americas, and it will certainly provide for more peace and security overall. The OAS provides that platform for dialogue. The OAS Secretariat provides that platform for cooperation. And through that platform, you are able to contribute to peace and stability in this hemisphere, and by extension, the world. So I call on the permanent observers, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, to increase their contribution to the OAS, to increase their contribution in the context of that mutually beneficial relationship. Because if everything goes well in this hemisphere, there's less migration, less insecurity, more peace, more stability, more economic activity that will benefit all in the world. So in closing, we encourage you to maintain very much engaged with this hemisphere and to serve on the basis of the shared values, the interest of the people of the Americas. I thank you very much.
Gracias, Minister.
Thank you, Minister Ramdeen. Now we give the floor to Mario Bucar, Minister of Foreign Relations of Guatemala. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ministers of Foreign Relations, heads of delegations, Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the OAS, Ambassador Washington Abdallah, President of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers of the OAS, friends. I offer a warm welcome on behalf of the people of Guatemala and the President of our country, and I express my appreciation for this opportunity to dialogue with this group of friends. And I speak on behalf of those who don't have a voice, the direct and indirect beneficiaries, men, women, and children, that thanks to the strategic partnership that we have and collaboration, they now have hope. It's from that standpoint of genuine collaboration and deep thanks, Guatemala appreciates the will of the permanent observers to assist in international efforts to ensure that we can build that which we all need to build together. Solid democracies that uphold the protection of human rights, and strong democracies, and to strengthen the rule of law through very important initiatives. Allow me to underscore some of the initiatives that we have been able to achieve together as members of this very important regional group. First, the electoral observation missions, which are currently being carried out right now, in which there are deployed missions of the OAS in Guatemala for the general elections that we will be holding this Sunday. I would also underscore the support that we have received from the OAS and the Peace Fund to foster mediation between Belize and Guatemala. I would also refer to within the framework of the fight against corruption, the Inter-American program of open data to fight corruption has become a reality, and also regional solutions, NERPS, which is a platform which today offers much help to prevent the causes of migration, enjoys the support of Spain, France, Italy, Switzerland, the EU, and the Holy See. I thank you all, dear friends. Now, on that contribution, I could also underscore the important effort put forward by the Executive Secretary of Integral Development, the Secretariat of Access to Rights and Equity through the resources that have been allotted. Mr. Chairman, I should also refer to the situation in the Central America and the Caribbean, two regions which are fighting against climate change, and the need we all have to become more resilient to cope with this scourge that affects so many of our countries. Recently, as the pro tempore chair of the States of the Caribbean, we underscore the importance of the fight against sargassum. All of the countries that have a coast are dealing with that. And I should also talk about the logistics chains, supply chains, food insecurity resulting from the effects of the invasion of Russia of Ukraine. Entirely unjustified. So we do need to work together, not only on security, but also on strengthening institutions for multidimensional security, including the fight against drug trafficking, money laundering, preventing violent cyber security, and to strengthen our borders. I believe that we've seen the benefits of working together toward overcoming the aftermath of COVID, and we appreciate the contributions made by permanent observers through the contributions they've made to this organization that have been more than $27 million just over the last 2 years. Thank you. I conclude, Mr. Chairman, by congratulating the strategic OAS ministers so that we continue to foster initiatives and projects and interchanges that we're going to promote through this assembly, and well-being for all is the focus of this organization. Thank you.
Canciller Búcaro. Invito ahora a su excelencia.
Julio Arriola, Minister of Foreign Relations of Paraguay, has the floor. Distinguished Chairman and Foreign Ministers, heads of delegations, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, permanent observers, delegates, allow me to start by expressing thanks to the permanent observers for being here. This shows the interest that brings us together to continue strengthening this organization and the joint work that we carry out between the OAS member states and permanent observers. I would also like to reiterate my or Paraguay's gratefulness for the financial contributions you've made, making it possible for us to implement a number of cooperative projects in our region which directly benefit my country, the Republic of Paraguay. On that, I would say that your contributions have made it possible for us to carry out an electoral observation mission for the general elections held April 30th, in which Paraguayan men and women elected new authorities for the next 2023-2028 period. Ambassador Luis Lauredo headed up that mission of 30 specialists, observers of many nations that were able to see how transparent the elections were and to witness firsthand the civic spirit of Paraguayans. That and other missions in my country, there have been 17 thus far. I should say that our experience has been quite positive with these electoral observation missions, and they, in our view, are useful tools that contribute not only to lend greater legitimacy to elections and to improve and strengthen our elections. The international community now faces complex and pressing challenges, climate change, the pandemic we've just left behind, that continue to show us how interconnected we are and how much we need each other. And we see that in conflicts, what happens in one nation invariably has an impact elsewhere. The rest of the world, a case in point is what is happening now in Ukraine. And I would reassert our country's firm condemnation of that conflict, and we have condemned it from the beginning. And it just goes to show how important it is for all countries to ensure unlimited support for humanitarian assistance. We make a call for peace through good faith negotiations among those two parties. We renew our commitment for the very fruitful cooperation between this organization and permanent observers. Will continue to grow, as that will benefit all of us. As the saying goes, if you want to go quickly, walk alone. If you want to go walking together is better. So let's do that here at this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Julio Arriola. Invito ahora.
Foreign Minister of Guyana has the floor. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Esteemed colleagues, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, prominent members, first of all, let me apologize for being late. I had 2 delays and 1 cancellation, but I made it. That's one of the challenges of flying commercial. But it's indeed a pleasure to be here at the General Assembly meeting, regular meeting, and Guyana, as you all know, remains committed to this organization. This organization was established in the 20th century, and it was relevant then. And if you look at the globalization phenomenon and how interconnected the world is, and most would say that globalization is in a hyper mode, in the 21st century, this organization is even more relevant. We live in a borderless world, and for small states like Guyana, there's really no real sovereignty. It's really a notion. How do we buffer against the global atrocities and challenges, and to benefit also from the globalization phenomenon? You need regionalism. Recall back in 2020, this organization was witnessed our elections and was able to ensure that Guyana remain on the right side of not only our local laws, but international laws and norms. This organization champions democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, as well as integral development. They're all aligned with our national development priorities. There's no misalignment. So there's a seamless progression from the nation-state level to intergovernmentalism. It's very rational and practical for policymakers like myself. So if we're thinking about peace and stability and ensuring this region remains a zone of peace, the pinnacle that you can get to at the regional level is the OAS. This is the organization that will keep nation states of this hemisphere in a peaceful environment. And as we all know, we need peace to be prosperous. Of course, the organization is not perfect. But if you close this organization, imagine the chaos and unpredictability of nations. This is a rules-based organization. And we policymakers, we are here to obey the rules. So there's no reason why we should not progress as an organization. We have similar goals and ambitions and aspirations for the organization and for the people of this hemisphere. And it also feeds into our multilateral agenda. So any misalignment, whether it's at the state level or the regional level, you're not going to be in sync with the multilateral goals and objectives. And global policy making is necessary. And we as policymakers at our headquarters, especially Guyana, we remain committed to this organization. We understand what the objectives are, and we are firmly committed to ensuring that we play our role as a nation state, as a small state at that. And we remain closely knitted with our CARICOM brothers and sisters, as well as our Latin American brothers and sisters. And it's even more necessary for us to unite in a more stronger fashion, because the world sees us as one. Previously, it was Latin America and the Caribbean. We're seen as one. And if we have a democratic charter and we have democracy built into our constitutions, then we just have to follow the rules. And we are doing this on behalf of our populations, our peoples, because we have to also ensure that we have an organization, the OAS that is, that will remain relevant for centuries. Because we will have to hand over to other policymakers. So what we do now, decisions we take at this level, will determine the sustainability and the viability of this organization. And of course, it needs financing. If we're serious about ensuring this organization plays its role effectively and efficiently, we need to back it up with our financing. I'm proud to let you know that Guyana, most of the CARICOM member states would have paid their dues, and we're committed to ensuring that the budgetary ceiling is increased to ensure that we can have all of the organs functioning effectively, because we know the value of this organization, and we're committed to this organization in a real way. So as we plan for the future, let us as nation states, policymakers, keep the OAS flag flying high. Let us be a beacon to the rest of the world that this is a region where we provide leadership on the principles and values of democracy, respect for human rights, and to ensure that we live in a peaceful environment, because this organization is here to uplift citizens, individuals of this region. It is not a business. This is to ensure that we can have a hemisphere that is sustainable, that is prosperous, that is peaceful. Everyone here wants that. And if we do it individually, as member states, and we come here and we do it collectively, there can only be one outcome. That is success. So let's look to the future with the Charter in hand, committing to that codified document and ensuring that we embrace it in a real way and put humanity first. Thank you.
Gracias, Ministro Todd.
Thank you. I'm pleased to give the floor now to His Excellency Denzel Douglas, Minister of Foreign Relations of Kitts and Nevis.
Mr. President, colleague ministers of foreign affairs, distinguished heads of delegations, representatives of permanent and observer states of the OAS, representatives of specially invited agencies, Secretary General Almagro, and Assistant Secretary General Mendes, permit me to extend warm fraternal greetings to all. On behalf of the government of St. Kitts and Nevis, I am pleased to place on record our profound gratitude to the OAS for the convening of this very important dialogue with the permanent observers of this hemispheric body. St. Kitts and Nevis deeply values the reliable partnership and cooperation of all our permanent observers and your consistent and generous efforts to buttress the work of the OAS as it seeks to accomplish its many mandates. Your invaluable provision of financial resources, of scholarships, of technical expertise and best practices to the OAS, and by extension, the people of the Americas, augurs well for the continued development of our countries. Your unwavering solidarity with us, it is testament to your appreciable recognition of the importance of our Americas to the global scenario. For us in St. Kitts and Nevis, we are delighted that your contributions have supported the strengthening of our democracy through the funding of the Electoral Observer Mission that provided prudent oversight of our 2022 general elections. We are also grateful for the funding provided to facilitate recent trainings in the critical areas of diplomacy, cyber diplomacy, norms, and law and cybersecurity, of which our professionals have been able to benefit tremendously. As I close this brief intervention, permit me to reaffirm the commitment of St. Kitts and Nevis towards deepening our relationship and collaboration with all permanent observers as we work collectively to firmly support the 4 pillars of the OAS, which are democracy, human rights, security, and development. And for a moment, Your Excellency, Just for a moment, I wonder if all of us, inclusive of our permanent observers, are seized with the continuing troubling situation in Haiti, and how quickly people and nation can realize again the democracy, human rights, security, and development that are espoused by this, our cherished hemispheric organization, the OAS. May it please you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Minister. I invite Elizabeth Taylor, Vice Minister of Colombia. You have the floor, Vice Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, delegates, and representatives of observer states before the OAS. Colombia appreciates the support that the permanent observers have offered to mechanisms and initiatives of the OAS, which favor the priorities of our foreign policy. Our country believes that multilateralism and hemispheric cooperation are indispensable to build peace. This is a task for which we continue to need your very worthwhile contribution. We are particularly grateful for the political and financial backing that you've given to the mission and support of the peace process MAP OAS, whose work is so important to bring to fruition our policy of total peace of the government of President Petro. We especially are grateful for the financial contributions made by Germany, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, the UK, Sweden and Switzerland for the work being carried out by MAP. Your contributions are a vote of confidence, not just to the OAS, but also toward our country. The contributions to MAP OAS have made it possible for our country to reach communities and have built bridges for us to engage in dialogues in context of much strife and conflict. As you can observe, this mission continues to be a tool of cooperation that's very useful, flexible, and indispensable, which has evolved over time, ever strengthening its capacities and knowledge to continue moving Colombia toward peace. So, if you would allow me here to express thanks on behalf of MAP, to extend to you the opportunity to take part in the Ombudsman program and also for the ceasefire with the ELN and other actors who engage in violence in our countries or generate violence in our countries. We are seeing results we've never achieved before, such as the bilateral ceasefire agreed June 9th between the government and ELN. Without a doubt, that's very important. It's an important milestone as we move toward total peace, and we believe that we are now going down the right path toward building a better country. That's why we would encourage all of the observer countries who are interested in consolidating peace in Colombia to continue supporting the MAP and the national government in this fundamental effort, and for us to take on other challenges that we face in this hemisphere, such as the fight against the degradation of the environment and loss of biodiversity, so that we can move toward a transition of our energy sources and decarbonizing our development to ensure gender equality and to address the migratory crisis in a comprehensive way, and to also ensure effective participation of sidelined groups that have historically been discriminated against, allowing them to take part in civic life. And so the government of President Petro is thoroughly committed to achieve substantive progress in these areas, and he believes that the support from the international community is absolutely necessary in this undertaking. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Taylor. Bolivia has the floor. Ambassador Hector Arce. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, distinguished ministers of foreign relations, heads of delegations, ambassadors, men and women, ambassadors of the member states and of observer nations. The plurinational state of Bolivia celebrates this meeting with observer nations, members of the international community, at this 53rd regular session of the GA of the OAS. Bolivia has made clear what its stance is at different international venues, and we reiterate here our desire to maintain good relations with all peoples of the world in a bilateral and multilateral relationships based on democracy, respect for human rights, fundamental freedoms, and geared or guided by principles of territorial integrity, sovereignty, and non-meddling in the domestic affairs of each country, and allowing each country to freely and in peace achieve its own stability and justice, to build its own economic and political, social systems, as well as their own institutions. Mr. Chairman and observers, from some years back, we faced a structural capitalist crisis that cuts across the system that jeopardizes Mother Earth and humanity. It manifests itself as food insecurity, energy and health crises, social water crises. We have to get back to who we are, who we were, and where we're headed as the American community. We are all part of this common home, which is Mother Earth. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean right now are dealing with the climate crisis. We have flooding in some places, droughts elsewhere that affect us. Water, which is an essential element, is ever more scarce. We have asserted the human right to water and placing water at the center of life itself. That itself is sufficient reason for the international community to declare access to water as a human right and to seek financing to better manage and conserve it and to mitigate the impact of the water crisis, among other urgent crises in the Americas and throughout the world. Another climate the result of the climate crisis is food insecurity. The fight against poverty and hunger should also be something of concern to the world. This is something that has beset our region evermore. The right to a balanced diet should be a right, not a privilege of the few, especially given that our region produces the largest amount of healthy foodstuffs. We need to ensure better conditions for the production and also better conditions for small farmers. That will only be possible with access to loans, infrastructure, and by strengthening productive systems that are based on traditional means of agriculture, which are also built on or stem from ancestral understanding of farming rooted in respect for Mother Earth, to produce diverse foodstuffs, to make it possible for local and regional sustenance for people to do with hunger. Delegates, considering the fact that this GA has as its motto, strengthening a culture of democratic responsibility with the promotion and protection of equality and human rights in the Americas, Bolivia, with its sad experience of a coup d'etat and a break from its constitution in 2019, is very concerned to see any act that strikes out against democracy, such as the impunity of those who have struck out against democracy within or outside our borders. We think it's important that we reassert our commitment to the defense of democracy, sovereignty, constitution, the rule of law, the protection and promotion of human rights, and especially commitment to memory, truth, and justice. The history of our countries shows us that illegal amnesties are not a path to peace. To seek out peace through violence by extinguishing our adversary is counterproductive. It doesn't work. That's why the only path toward peace and reconciliation of our peoples is to seek it out, not in oblivion, but in memory, not in violence, but through justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias, embajador Arce.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Asre. I'm now pleased to give the floor to His Excellency Jonathan Penet, Assistant Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the Foreign Affairs of Israel. You have the floor, sir. We are searching for the mic. Are we ready to go? Yes, sir, you have the floor. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Chair. Your Excellency, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Foreign Affairs Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored here to represent Israel, an observer at this 53rd regular session of the OAS General Assembly. It is a great pleasure to see here, too, 4 foreign ministers who very recently have come to my country, Israel. 75 years ago, Israel celebrated its independence, and from day one, it had friendly relations with so many of the countries of North America and Latin America, including diplomatic relations with most of them. And this in the economic, cultural, and economic affairs continues to this day. Israel, along with other observers, became a permanent observer in 1972. Indeed, we had launched our cooperation with this organization in a technical context through extracontinental training with the OAS, which goes back to the beginning of the 60s, 6-0. Since then, we've come a long way through many, many different programs of cooperation with the OAS, through Latin America, through Mashav. Mashav is the Israeli Agency for International Cooperation. And thereby, we were able to make a difference to so many young men and women through the Young American Business Trust. Together, we carried out with SICTE, the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism, a lot of common projects concentrated precisely in fighting terrorism, of which we know a great deal, I'm sad to say, even as recently as yesterday. At the same time, we have been honored to participate in a great number of electoral observation missions. At the same time, in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have helped more than 100,000 professionals in countries throughout this hemisphere, 40% of them coming to take courses in Israel itself, and others supporting them in their own countries. Over the very difficult period of the COVID-19 pandemic, Israel was happy to help through the provision of vaccines, public health consultings online and by Zoom and by many other means. We were pleased to support so many of the Latin American countries, and we were one of the first cooperation agencies that renewed regular activities after COVID, and we're going to stay at it in our traditional domains: agriculture, hydropower, education, and gender equality, in order to learn together to tackle the challenges of climate change, cybersecurity, and innovation. 2 Israeli experts are here in this hemisphere permanently to help Central America in agriculture and in South America in hydropower. We're also very pleased to tell you that we've launched a regional 3-week course with YABT that is focused on the tools of entrepreneurship, which will be held at the end of August in Israel. Your Excellencies, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the economic and trade ties between Israel and Latin America are growing every day, and we are very pleased with our connections with Mercosur, Mexico, Colombia, and Guatemala, as well as pleased with the many treaties that were closing now with Guatemala, Ecuador, and so many others. This has pushed us forward from the experience of the pandemic, and the open and constructive dialogue that we have with Latin America and the Caribbean will certainly be patent in Guatemala and in Argentina, and the 6 campaigns that we've already planned for next year that I hope will also include Venezuela. We certainly hope that the electoral experiences they will have will be positive and will be successful. Please know that Israel stays close to its many friends in Latin America and the Caribbean regarding migration, climate change, and security. We want to continue to contribute, however modestly, with the, we believe, profound knowledge we have of humanitarian aid and technology. Just last week, we helped a great number of Latin American countries in the regional simul exercise, SEPRANAC, with Israeli experts. We hope to keep working with the Secretary General, the OAS in general, and the respective peoples and governments of this wonderful continent. I want to congratulate Secretary Almagro for his 9 years in the post, and hope all of you enjoy this important assembly. Thank you. Thank you, Director Peled, for your kind words, says the chair. I'm pleased to give the floor now to His Excellency Jacques Spitalour, the Permanent Observer of Switzerland here at the OAS. Secretary General, thank you very much. Ladies and General, Ministers, Switzerland hails the theme of the Secretary General, which very much mirrors its own values and its own vision of this organization. Free and broad elections are essential to the rule of law, the separation of powers, and
of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Unfortunately, human rights are still insufficiently implemented, also in certain states of the Americas. And this is why the work of the Inter-American Commission and of the Court of Human Rights remains of the utmost importance. Human rights violations need to be documented, and those who have committed crimes must be held accountable. This year again, Switzerland supports electoral observation missions of the OAS. This technical work is an important contribution to the culture of democratic accountability in the hemisphere. Free and fair elections, which reflect the will of the people, are the basis of democracy. A special moment for our cooperation with the OAS on elections was the exhibition on modern direct democracy housed in these walls. This engagement responds to the growing interest of member states to use direct democracy to enhance civil participation and responsive governance. Señor Secretario General.
Secretary General, allow me also to note the contribution of other actors to multilateral or bodies that support democracy and human rights in the continent. Switzerland, through its representations, is pleased to bolster a number of NGOs and members of civil society that we consider essential to the development of these societies. We're also witnesses over the last years of a growing recognition on the part of the private sector that the respect for human rights and the environment matter and indeed lead to sustainable benefit. Our efforts to rally the member states of the OAS to support the document of Montreux are very much part of that vision. That is to ensure that private security organizations support human rights and humanitarian values has to be a priority. The Montreux protocols and code of conduct are essential and offer rules that are ready to be applied. And they have the support of so many, the Red Cross, NATO, and 58 countries around the world. Canada and Costa Rica have been also very supportive of passing on the good word here at the OAS and outside it. I hope that many more members of the OAS will come on board. Now, governance doesn't only depend on the OAS. It's something that a number of other international organizations support. In 2023, Switzerland has now elected to the Security Council of the UN. And you may be sure that for our mandate, we are going to focus very much on civilian life, on humanitarian law, and we will have very, very clear and unequivocal support to all of the important parties that have to come together to support the Geneva Accords. It's been about a year and a half, Secretary General, that the Russian armed forces violated so flagrantly the UN Charter. I'd like to say that above and beyond the violation of international humanitarian values, the rights of law and so many other basic tenets are being trampled daily. We must look hard at how we can build societies, democratic societies, fostering a culture of democratic culture, which means that we can agree to disagree. We will continue working with you, with the OAS, and all of the multilateral fora with great pride. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Pitoulou of Switzerland. I'm now pleased to give the floor to the representative of the European Union, Stavros Varoufakis. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Chair, Excellencies, dear friend Luis Almagro, Secretary General of the Organization of American States. Keep the OAS flag flying high, and I am here today to highlight the EU's strategic and ever-deepening commitment to a long-standing partnership. At the time when we are seeing so clearly a momentum for revitalized EU relations with Latin America and the Caribbean. Last week, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, concluded a visit to Latin America, namely to Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Mexico, where she brought one message: the EU's massive reinforcement of relations with the Latin American region. This message was at the center of the recently adopted new agenda for relations between the EU and Latin America and the Caribbean. With this new agenda, the EU proposes a closer and renewed strategic partnership between the EU and LAC as equal partners through reinforced political engagement, boosting trade and transformative investment, and building more sustainable and interconnected societies. In this context, democracy and human rights are at the heart of the EU-LAC partnership. The OAS is our leading partner in this field. Let's not kid ourselves. Safeguarding democracy has become increasingly challenging in a global context. Social inequalities are rising. Multilateralism is being attacked or reinterpreted to strip it of any power or real meaning. And authoritarian models of governance are struggling to gain ground with a degree of assertiveness and of arrogance previously unseen. When it comes to democracy itself, electorate resilience is its cornerstone. At the request of Latin American countries, since 2019, the EU has proudly deployed 8 election observation missions and 6 election expert missions to the region. But democracy does not, as we all know, end at the ballot box. It only begins there. Independent institutions, including judiciaries, democratic accountability and the rule of law, social inclusion and the promotion of human rights for all, greater participation of youth and women, and meaningful space for civil society, and building resilience against disinformation and hybrid threats. All these are elements of our democracy succeeding in between elections. Dear friends, the European Union is a long-standing partner and donor to the Inter-American Commission and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. On the 1st of January this year, we renewed our support to the Inter-American Commission in implementing its strategic plan 2023-2027. With almost 2 million euros, we will support its capacity to process petitions and cases, but also the Office of the Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and the Group of Independent Experts for Bolivia. At the end of last year, we also renewed our support to the Inter-American Court, totaling 1 million euros. both institutions are crucial. With a future programme, Inclusive Societies, we will support, with an allocation of €60 million, the work of supporting access to social rights and fostering participatory policy. And let me also remind and underline the partnership we have with the OAS on tackling inequality and ageism. On 11th and 12th of July, there's going to be the first webinar on this partnership. This shared commitment of EU and LAC countries to human rights, democracy and rule of law will be reaffirmed on the occasion of the upcoming EU CELAC summit in Brussels on the 17th and 18th of July, to which, of course, the OAS will also be an observer. This summit is a key political milestone, coming 8 years after the previous one, bringing together the leaders of 60 countries and the European Union to engage in an open and inclusive dialogue. Close cooperation is ongoing with CELAC presidency pro tempore to make the summit a success. But the summit as well is not an end in itself. It should be seen as a catalyst for the positive transformation of the overall EU-LAC agenda, a signal to the world that we're not just natural partners, but partners of choice, working together for concrete results on climate change, a just and human-centric digital society, sustainable development, security, equality, peace, democracy, and human rights. Dear friends, a year and 4 or 5 months after Russia's invasion in Ukraine, I wish I didn't still have to raise this point, but all these aspirations I just mentioned are being undermined by this unprovoked aggression. The war has underlined how interconnected we are in this common fight for justice, peace and rights. While the consequences are mainly affecting Ukraine and its neighbours, other regions of the world, including the Latin American region, have also come under duress and suffer due to food insecurity, increased debt, inflation. Peace and security is an area where the European Union and the OAS can and do stand together. We commend all countries who have been casting yes votes at the UN General Assembly, supporting the UN Charter and condemning the war. You know, some are still trying to cast this war as a war of the West against Russia. This is not only patently untrue, but frankly, to me, very hurtful to all countries that are committed to the UN Charter, including in this room, because this is, if anything, a struggle of the East and the West, the North and the South, in support of every country's right to self-determination, to its right to pursue its democratic path and to safeguard the human rights and dignity of its citizens without the threat of neo-imperialist powers using superior force to try to wipe them and the UN Charter off the map. So let us work together to bring about an immediate end to this war and a just peace that will protect those principles, the UN Charter, and our shared future. Mr. Chairman, dear friends, thank you for the honor of having us attend the meeting today.
Gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Lambrinidis. We're just a little bit delayed, but we will hear everyone. And let me now give the floor to His Excellency Martin Boeuf, Permanent Representative of the United Kingdom before the OAS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellency, Secretary General, Ministers, Ambassadors, and dear colleagues, on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, I would like to thank the OAS member states for the opportunity to have this dialogue. And we deem it extremely useful to engage in this dialogue between permanent observers such as our Kingdom and OAS member states. Frank exchanges on these topics enable stronger and deeper cooperation. The Kingdom of the Netherlands fully supports the theme of this year's General Assembly, and we all face challenges in our societies that test our respective governments and democratic checks and balances. And when it comes to democratic accountability, it is essential that citizens can judge for themselves whether their government is acting in their interests. People should always have the liberty to either vote for the incumbent or choose opposition candidates. In other words, free and fair elections are key for democratic accountability. And this is why the Kingdom of the Netherlands continues to show strong commitment to the efforts of the OAS to strengthen democracy by supporting the electoral observation missions of the OAS. Moreover, we reaffirm our strong commitment to supporting the work of the OAS on the promotion of human rights via the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, with a focus on vulnerable groups specifically. At the same time, we are concerned about structural vulnerabilities, such as limited social security caused by highly informal economies. We are concerned about inadequate healthcare and education, and we are concerned about increased pressure on human rights, gender equality, democracy, and the rule of law. So it is imperative that we need to continue our open, honest, and critical discussions on these issues together. The Kingdom of the Netherlands supports the resolutions on Haiti and Nicaragua that are on the agenda of the General Assembly. Sadly, the situation in these countries has only worsened since we met in Lima last year. And as a neighboring country, we also remain concerned about the humanitarian crisis in Venezuela, affecting many countries in the region, including the Caribbean parts of our kingdom. And we urge all members of the OAS to support the resumption of negotiations with the ultimate goal of Venezuela returning to democracy and the rule of law. On climate change. Climate change is an important factor when discussing equality and inequality in the Americas. Unabated climate change will have a devastating effect, especially on the most vulnerable in society. And the Caribbean region is extremely vulnerable to climate change due to its geographical location. Sint Maarten, Curaçao, and Aruba, as small island developing states, face many challenges in tackling climate change. And whether it's climate mitigation, adaptation, and/or resilience. As the Kingdom of the Netherlands, we share these challenges with many Caribbean member states, and therefore we promote multilateral cooperation in the region on climate change, climate resilience, and disaster management. On transnational organized crime, as partners on both sides of the Atlantic, we should also enhance our cooperation to stop the downward vicious cycle of transnational organized crime, corruption, and the undermining effects on our states and societies. We all bear responsibility for this. And instruments such as the Treaty of San Jose can offer an excellent platform to tackle these issues. And the Kingdom stands ready to show leadership in encouraging countries to sign and ratify this important treaty. On Ukraine, the war in Ukraine has been going on for a year and a half with enormous global consequences. And Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is threatening not only the lives of many innocent Ukrainians, but also the international rules-based order. It is an attack on the principle of sovereignty, as well as an attack on the UN Charter. And it is crucial that Ukraine survives as a state within its internationally recognized borders. We have to maintain pressure on Russia to put an end to this war, and the Kingdom of the Netherlands will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. Finally, tackling all these challenges requires investing in our people and building democratic societies by working together. And as an active observer and good neighbor, the Kingdom of the Netherlands remains your partner in the future. And we believe in regional cooperation, institution strengthening, and capacity building. And this is why the Kingdom of the Netherlands enables the annual diplomatic training at the Klingendahl Institute in The Hague for senior diplomats from Latin America and the OAS. It is our hope that the upcoming EU CELAC Summit on July 17th and 18th will contribute to a deeper and truly modernized partnership between the EU and the Latin American and Caribbean region. And I wish the Organization of American States and its members a successful General Assembly. Thank you for your attention.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, Kingdom of the Netherlands. I'm now very pleased to offer the floor to His Excellency Tamaki Tsukada, the permanent representative of Japan before the OAS. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Excellency Washington Abdullah, Chair of the Preparatory Committee and Permanent Representative of Uruguay, Excellency Secretary General Luis Almagro, and all those who were involved to organize this year's dialogue. Thank you for giving us this very conspicuous penultimate position before Ukraine to explain Japan's position and efforts on our partnership with the Americas. This year, Japan, in its G7 presidency role, has been making special efforts to reach out to various regional fora, including those in the Western Hemisphere, to reaffirm our determination to uphold and reinforce the free and open international order based on the rule of law to the benefit of all countries, large and small. We will champion international principles and shared values of human rights, democracy, and rule of law. We will oppose unilateral attempts to change the peacefully established status of territories anywhere in the world. We will work with our international partners to achieve a world that is human-centered, inclusive, and resilient, leaving no one behind. In that spirit, I wish to highlight our priorities and objectives of cooperation with the OAS in the coming years. First is the security and humanitarian situation in Haiti. This is a serious concern of the entire international community. Japan has contributed to rounds of assistance to Haiti, and we will continue to actively participate in the collective efforts of the international community to alleviate the humanitarian stresses and stabilize the economy in Haiti. Second, we are deeply concerned about the political, economic, and humanitarian situation in Venezuela, especially the outflow of Venezuelan refugees and migrants. To alleviate the situation, Japan has provided for and will continue to support the people of Venezuela in neighboring countries, bilaterally and multilaterally. Meanwhile, we encourage all parties in Venezuela to resume nationwide political dialogue and call for a free and open and fair election. Third, addressing the Central American immigration issue. The Central American issue continues to be a serious challenge that affects the stability of the region. Japan acknowledges the importance of addressing the root causes of immigration, especially chronic poverty and unemployment. The importance of promoting private and public sector investment to create employment in the region was emphasized in last year's Summit of the Americas. In this context, we are pleased to know that a Japanese automobile parts company, Yazaki, has made a laudable, audacious, and an impactful investment, inaugurated its first vehicle parts plant in Guatemala in February this year. This may be a droplet in the ocean, but we are expecting thousands of new jobs to be created through this operation in the next several years. Japan will strive to explore similar opportunities in the future. Last but not least, local vulnerabilities in sustainable development. In order to safeguard society-wide democracy, the lives and livelihoods of its proponents at the individual level need to be properly taken care of. Japan has implemented a wide range of initiatives to address vulnerabilities and increase resilience, highlighting, among others, disaster preparedness, environmental initiatives, and health and medical care. In conclusion, I'm pleased to note that Foreign Minister Hayashi selected Mexico, Ecuador, Brazil, and Argentina as destinations for his first official overseas trip of the year in January. In May, he followed up by visiting Trinidad, Tobago, Barbados, Peru, Chile, and Paraguay. Our State Minister for Foreign Affairs attended the CARICOM Council for Foreign Community Relations meeting in May. Throughout their visits, the key message was singular and constant. We will work together in solidarity to address the common challenges that we face. We will promote sustainable development cognizant of the realities and needs of each country. We will work together for peace, stability, and growth in the region by maintaining and strengthening the international order based on the rule of law. Our goals will always remain inconsistent with the ideals of OAS. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ambassador. The representative of Canada has the floor, Jason Toland, General Director for South America and Global Matters, Canada.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chairman, Secretary General.
Colleagues, Canada is pleased to be with you here today and to hear clearly committed and diverse voices from our permanent observers. This is the 20th time we're having this dialogue. And while we have over the years discussed a wide range of issues, it's clear that there's relatively little could be seen as more important than the issues before us today for this 53rd General Assembly. We have been reminded a number of times in the interventions that we in this interconnected world share many of the same challenges. We have, I believe, as the Minister from Panama mentioned, a shared responsibility. And that is clear in so much of the work that has been identified in the excellent report from the Secretariat, in the work that we do in tandem with the permanent observers. We have demonstrated our potential to address these challenges together through multilateralism. And of course, that is where the OAS is a shining example of that. We are grateful to you, the permanent observers, for your engagement and your partnership, because without your support, many of these projects, many of these initiatives would be impossible. We have benefited from your support in quite a wide range of ways, whether it's been from donations on COVID-19 vaccines or supporting women's political participation, crucial support for electoral observation missions, including the recent work on the elaboration of a manual for electoral observation missions observing direct democracy mechanisms, promotion of ethical standards, all of that work, and of course institution building work. A few interventions have made clear that it is crucial that we build into our own governance structures respect and responsibility and rule of law. Without that, it will be impossible to maintain the support for our institutions, our democracies. We must engage our peoples. So thank you very much to the permanent observers for your contributions, your perspectives. They do make the OAS a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Now, just a short time for member states. We have actually surpassed our allotted time, but it is important to hear from the member states. Chile first, then El Salvador. Chile has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chile appreciates the ongoing engagement and commitment of the permanent observers before this organization, which over the years has raised its contributions for us to address multilateral matters, and the fact that countries outside of the hemisphere are making direct contributions to this region. The ongoing concern about the political situation, the crisis, and all of which feed into our motto, more rights for more people, gender matters, and others. To give you some examples, we are working hand in hand with permanent observers in multidimensional security, bio-custody, bio-financing. Chile and Mexico are coordinating an exercise on the implementation of the 1540 resolution of the UN. Spain and the EU have contributed to the matter of small and light weapons, training more than 500 of our police officers. The contribution that Netherlands has made as well for training of diplomats in The Hague, addressing matters of democracy, environmental challenges, the Inter-American Commission on Women, the Inter-American Human Rights System, the Commission on the Court. This is a very important year for Chile. We would like to express thanks to Spain for its collaboration in the work on the occasion of the collaboration of 50 years of the coup d'etat in Chile, a commitment that in this century 21 shows the solidarity that thousands or Chileans have found in taking or going into exile in countries around the world during the dictatorship in our country. We recognize and express thanks to the support offered by observers, and we hope to engage in ever more dialogue with an increasing number of permanent observers. Thank you. El Salvador, please. My delegation would like to express thanks to the heads of delegations and observer states and their ongoing interest and spirit of solidarity vis-à-vis this organization, strengthening strategic relations in the framework of the Inter-American Agenda. This renews our desire to coordinate further in our long-standing friendships that we have developed over time bilaterally or regionally, based on principles, values, and common objectives among our nations. In the international context that we face nowadays is quite complex. Inflation, climate change, migratory issues, which all lead to inequalities, just to mention some of the tasks that we need to tackle together. The collective shared responsibility vis-à-vis common challenges calls for us to work together through effective multilateralism and to come up with concrete and articulated responses that offer solutions to structural and common problems in the region. To strengthen a culture of democratic responsibility, promoting and protecting human rights and striving toward equality should become a common goal, especially to assist the most vulnerable. We're very grateful for the technical and financial cooperation of the permanent observers of Spain, Netherlands, Italy, France, South Korea, and the EU, which has been vital to develop projects that tangibly contribute to the benefit of the people of El Salvador in areas as childhood, migration, care for the displaced, security, and others. You are double allies for development based on mutual respect, which is key for us to strengthen tangible partnerships and coordination with a view toward greater resilience as we face economic, environmental, and health challenges. For middle-income countries, we have multiple challenges and threats, especially obstacles for accessing development cooperation. We would urge that your cooperation be follow a balanced approach across the pillars of this organization, because right now we see a disparity among them. To strengthen the mechanisms to prioritize and to be accountable is another priority that we have. We are prepared to continue working together in collaboration and coordination to ensure that economic development and social development and democracy are mutually strengthening through international cooperation. My country, everyone knows, is going through unprecedented change. In 4 years, we stopped being the most violent country in the world and have become one of the safest countries. Many of the observer countries represented here are actively taking part through technical assistance programs and cooperation. That's why I renew my country's will to continue strengthening our ties of friendship and dialogue with the permanent observers who we invite to be allies and partners as we consolidate the new El Salvador to the benefit of our whole population. Thank you. Thank you. El Salvador, Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, heads of delegations of member states and of observer nations. Mexico recognizes the importance of dialogue and of the work among member states and observer nations whom we greet, and we thank you for your interest in the hemispheric matters addressed by the OAS and the follow-up that you have given to the mandates that emanate from the General Assembly for your technical and financial assistance, which has surpassed $13 million last year. The OAS is an organization that is rule-based, that we need to respect. Mexico promotes, fosters dialogue, the respect for international law, and consensus-seeking as very important and indispensable vehicles of multilateralism, which promote sustainable development, people's well-being, and differentiated responsibilities, albeit shared. Permanent observers help to bolster the principles, objectives, and programs of the OAS, and they also strengthen our relationship with the global community, offering us good practices based on your national experiences. We appreciate your contributions and initiatives that enable us to improve the work we do through the different programs and mechanisms of this organization, and we hope that in carrying out this cooperation, our respectful and constructive ties become ever stronger. We believe that dialogue and cooperation in multilateralism are important for us to effectively address the challenges we face in our hemisphere, such as inequality, discrimination, health crises, climate change, and sustainable development. Given the impact these challenges pose to our societies, my delegation thinks it is key for us to make sure that our cooperation focuses around these topics with full respect for human rights. Mexico reasserts its interest to continuing to work together to the benefit of people and to uphold all their rights and ensure their dignity. Thank you. There are no more requests for the floor. So let me first thank everyone for your commitment, for your participation. For all of your comments this afternoon, all of which have been quite encouraging. What's going to happen next is the following. I'm going to give the floor to Ambassador Oksana Markarova, who is the permanent observer of Ukraine at this organization. She is going to introduce a message by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, at the 53rd General Assembly of the Organization of American States. Just before that, or after that, we'll have a 2-minute break. You have the floor, madam.
Dear Mr. Chair, dear Secretary General, all members of the OAS, all representatives, dear brothers and sisters, thank you very much for your strong statements all this year, standing with freedom, democracy, and Ukraine, who is fighting for 16 months for these very principles, for our homes, for our loved ones, but for freedom and democracy. And it's my honor to present our brave President, Volodymyr Zelensky, who will have the message from Kyiv, Ukraine. Thank you.
Adelante.
Dear Mr. Secretary General, dear members of the General Assembly, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. And the main thing I would like to talk about today is collectivity. 8 months ago, I addressed your organization for the first time, and I'm grateful for all the support that you, both as an organization and as countries, have given to our people, to our right to live freely. The vast majority of you support UN General Assembly resolutions that defend a rules-based international order. And your personal position, Mr. Almagro, serves precisely to protect the key foundations of international relations, the equality of all nations, and guarantees for every nation that its destiny will not be broken by other states through military or political violence. Our common goal of all leaders and states that truly value human life is a world in which violence does not dominate, a world in which the UN Charter is truly respected by everyone, from the smallest to the largest countries. A world in which not only no new frozen conflicts arise, but in which the majority of nations realize that any war in a common global challenge a threat to the world, and not the suffering of only those against whom this aggression is committed. And have we become closer to such a world since my first address to you? I'm sure, yes, we have. Although Russian aggression still goes on, although Russia does not stop even in the face of catastrophic crimes of ecocide. Probably you all heard that this month Russian occupiers blew up the dam and other structures of the Kakhovka hydroelectric plant and destroyed one of the largest reservoirs in Europe, deliberately flooding a huge area. Dozens of cities and villages were underwater. The one in Russia who gave the order to destroy the dam and the Kakhovka reservoir understood what he was doing, understood that it would leave entire regions of our country without drinking water, understood that thousands and thousands of hectares of fertile soil would become a desert. God forbid that anyone in the world faces such a crime. But despite this and all other Russian terrorist attacks, we are still pushing the aggressor to defeat, both by force of arms and by force of diplomacy. Ladies and gentlemen, last year I presented the Ukrainian peace formula, and since then we have already involved dozens of nations in working on its implementation. We are also preparing the Global Peace Summit, which will specifically determine which state will help in which point of the peace formula. There is no alternative to it. Russia has brought war to the territory of our country. Russian missiles and artillery are burning our cities and villages. Russian ecocides are destroying the nature of our country. So it is Ukrainians who best understand what exactly needs to be done to restore peace. But to indeed restore peace, we need collective efforts. And of course, in particular, your support, your leadership. I invite you to work with us and all the free nations of the world on implementation of the peace formula. And I invite you to join the preparation of the Global Peace Summit. We must become a global community in the full sense of this word, so that peace for every nation is fully guaranteed. One cannot protect peace on his own, but war cannot overcome the collective desire for peace. May your power become the power of peace too. Thank you for your attention. Long live freedom. Slava Ukraini. Dear Mr. Secretary General, dear
Muy bien.
So let's be back here in 10 minutes for our inaugural session. At 6. At 1800 hours.
Gracias.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Probando. 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres. La sacamos, Luis. 1, 2, 3. La sacamos. Hola, embajadora, ¿cómo está? Gracias. 1, 2, 3. Con la cámara. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Enfócame a mí, Luis. Se ve oscuro. El iris. 1, 2, 3. Mueve la bandera un poquito, Refu, no. Refu. Rodar la bandera un poquito. Para acá. Al lado blanco. Epa. ¿Ya está? Sí, hay que sacar la pantalla. ¿Vamos a sacar? Por favor, hermano. Ya están de mano. Uno, dos, probando. 1, 2, 3, 4. Un poquito más. No, Refu, no tanto, no tanto. Menos. Hacia tu derecha. Perdón, tu izquierda, Alejandro. Ahí, no, menos, devuélvete. Ahí. Ahí. Luis, agarra un inalámbrico, que no te escuchamos acá. Ahí está bien. Alejandro, ponte acá, que tiene un patrón para el foco. Aquí te enfoca mejor. Luis. Aquí te enfoca mejor ahí.
Luis. Enfoca.
Con los cuadros de la camisa de Alejandro.
Sí.
Se enfoca aquí, queda perfecto. Cuando los cuadros se vean bien, ya.
Ya está listo, sí. Mira los cuadritos. Estoy empinado y me voy a cansar. Mira los televisores. Que los televisores. ¿Listo, Luis? Thank you. Buenas tardes a los intérpretes. Si podemos hacer una prueba rápida. Buenas tardes a los intérpretes.
Cabina de español.
Buenas tardes a los intérpretes, si me escuchan.
Buenas tardes, por favor, cabina de español. Cabina de español, buenas tardes. Te escucho. Canal 2, en cabina de español, segunda consola. Muy bien, gracias. Perfecto. Cabina de inglés, buenas.
Hola, hola. This is the first of the two English booths. Can you hear me? Okay.
Testing English, 1, 2, 3. Testing English.
Portugués. Muchas gracias, sí. Segunda consola, portugués. Muchísimas gracias, Milna. Gracias. Francés. Thank you. Second console. Perfect. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes, señoras y señores.
Good afternoon. We would ask the delegations please take your seats so that we can kick off this afternoon's session.
Delegations to please come to their places so we can start our session this afternoon.
Por favor, si pueden ir tomando asiento.
Could you please begin to take your seats, ladies and gentlemen? The chair of the Permanent Council is asking everyone to be kind enough to find their places and to take them.
Welcome to the 53rd regular session of the Organization of American States General Assembly. I would like to begin by recognizing the Provisional President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General and Assistant Secretary General, Chair of the Permanent Council, heads of delegation, and special guests. And now it's my honor to introduce the Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Luis Almagro, to make remarks. Muchas gracias.
Amigas, amigos.
Dear friends, colleagues, the revendication, the claim, more rights for more peoples, speaks to a culture of democratic responsibility. that is forward-looking, that offers protection and equality in terms of human rights in the Americas. And that is at the very heart of what we are to speak about at this General Assembly. And we are called upon as an international community that purports to have a common will and common rights and a common understanding of what these rights are, needs to look at those who are still clamoring for equitable access to those human rights and to foster a culture of democratic governance. Means that we have to be very, very sharp-eyed to look at where and when we must do more. We must do more everywhere in order to implement the instruments of the Inter-American group, those who call on us to work for equality everywhere we see it is needed. And yet, alas, is it not true, this hemisphere is the very epitome of inequality that goes back to colonial days. Abuse of power, the presence of so many different types of corruption, in which those who are privileged are well off and the rest, well, not so much. Whether it's an Afro-descendant, whether it's an indigenous person, whether it's a woman or a child, those are the people who suffer most from the consequences of inequality, poverty, discrimination, and the inability to make human rights an everyday enjoyment. Those who generation after generation suffer in silence. And where we see that time and again, instead of getting better, the same old discrimination is repeated. Unequal access to rights in our countries, ladies and gentlemen, really speaks to a growing alienation from our purported belief in these human rights, and certainly paves the way for totalitarianism, we all know it. Access to rights for the population must be held high, and where it is not, there is certainly a road paved to controversy, to injustice, increased difficulties, while we in organizations such as these continue to cry out for the need to do more to satisfy the rights.
Many problems in the continent. Many problems of inequality, many problems of security. Of course, I will not ignore, for example, the problems in Haiti, the emergence of criminal gangs rampaging in the country in an uncontrollable manner. It's truly troubling. The OAS Secretariat is trying its best in consultation with the Haitian authorities and with limited resources to play a constructive role. However, allow me to recognize CARICOM's leadership in addressing the situation in Haiti, through the Permanent Council Working Group on Haiti and on the part of head of government in convening the recent Haitian stakeholders meeting in Jamaica. Now, on the matter of climate change, for example, CARICOM region is one of the least contributors to the greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. Yet, after year after year, a natural disaster of some kind impacts one or more of CARICOM countries. These include hurricanes, droughts, and flooding. The General Secretariat of the Organization of American States was therefore pleased in 2020 to join efforts with the CARICOM Caucus of Ambassadors in providing international visibility to the seminal framework strategy document From Vulnerability to Resilience, prepared by the CARICOM Caucus. As the first sentence of this document states, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought into stark reality the multidimensional nature of the developmental challenges confronting 14 members of the Organization of American States. The document also addresses the impact of climate change in the region and the critical need for attentive action relating thereto. I have written to the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Inter-American Development Bank, calling for a review of their policies, not only to be more responsible and more responsive at times of catastrophe, but to amend their rules which now disqualify some countries from concessional financing. I have made the point that no one should be penalized for being middle or high-income countries. The real test must be the depth of your vulnerability and the limitation on your capacity both to recover from disaster and to build resilience. La insatisfacción de la población.
The dissatisfaction of the population in large measure in this hemisphere is certainly exacerbated by the fact that more and more there is enormous wealth concentrated in fewer and fewer hands. Over these last years, we can see the institutional phases that exist in different countries where efforts purport to be made to ensure that human rights are respected. But what happens is that if these are not in fact implemented, and if nothing is really changing, institutional change will become a myth. It simply won't happen. We need to find a way to change the inequality through the institutions, the organizations that purport to work on them. And that means us, ladies and gentlemen. What do we ourselves have to see more clearly in order to obtain better results? What can we do better and more often and in a smarter way? I'm talking about ensuring that these organizations, including ours, become stronger, equitable access to human rights, measures to avoid this constant concentration of power and wealth. Rather, what can be done to promote competence, social norms that will uphold plurality and diversification? The political stratum must be surely the ones to offer the best example, to lead the parade, to reach out to the people who are marginalized, who are too weak to do anything to make a difference. More needs to be done for that population also to matter. The private sector, entrepreneurial, and trade union groups have to do their part too, to be sure that people who need protection are offered protection. And civil society needs to open up its own doors and find a way to channel through the claims and the grief of those who are always left aside and left behind. Finally, the states, capital S, those who have signed these legal instruments, they must be obligated to generate and to mobilize as much as possibly they can in terms of finances to make the difference. I call out the member states of the OAS to be sure to do more in terms of cultural institutional change so that truly more rights for more persons can be made something real. Dust off your books and your minds, if that is needed, to make the difference. We need to be able at least a minimum of goods and services, including housing, so that access to health, to education, particularly bearing in mind the impact of inequality always on women and children most. Let us remember those who are left behind. And if society did more, if we all did more, perhaps the cultural change that has to undergird making more rights for more persons a real thing, there has to be a cultural and institutional change for that to occur. I hope that this forum continues to be pluralistic, continues to be a place where people can speak up and disagree if need be. We're all to the left, we're all to the right, we're all to the center, whoever we purport to be. Let's be open to hear each other, because this has what this organization has always offered. We are not a like-minded group. We're all different, but guess what? We are decided to converge upon those truths and those planks upon which we can build a fair society. Nor are we interested, nor should we be, in competing against this, that, or the other ritzery or organization of any type. We have to recognize each of them. They all have something to bring to the table, but so do we. Let us work always together, because if we do not, we all know that the real solutions will be put off, and they'll seem pie in the sky, and who knows when, if ever, we will reach them. days, decades, perhaps centuries will be lost.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Distinguished guests, this concludes our program this evening.